funny jokes. It may not be anybody you've ever heard.
Are they white men that live in their mother's basement who present as black women funny?
Who's that putting out?
No, that's too, no. It has a tendency to go too bad, too quick. Yeah, you're right. I like sharing the comedians. I think it would be fun. And I guarantee you we'd get like a wide variety too, because people like different types of humor. Are you able to put it, I don't know what these banners and stuff mean on here, but Monica might, are you able to promote it out so then people would come into the room? So you get it filled up with some of the comedians. They're all still on here. A lot of them. Yeah, we schedule it in Femininity Forum. Monica, put this in public house. Share the link.
I personally think that every second on Clubhouse while they're playing or unplaying, it's all
What's her face? You know.
oh, I will come. I'm gonna come, trust me.
I'm gonna come. That was the funniest thing I've heard you say. Serendipity in probably a year. You're like, that what's her face? Like, come on her face, what are we doing here? Yeah. As
Well, you also have a segment for musicians.
I'd listen to 5 minutes of that, but
You can listen to 5 minutes of anything on Clubhouse. You've proven it over and over and over and over again.
touche.
In a different way, every day.
In a different way part. What's relevant to that?
I'm just saying, don't limit your Friday night fun. If somebody's got a recorder or a Chinese flute and they want to blow your mind.
Universe. What are you gonna do in the book rooms again?
Yeah, another book room, please.
When people start reading books, I'll join them.
I've already got some heavy books.
We have several book replays in our house. We do book rooms all the time.
Well, he had an idea where people on Clubhouse would come into the room and they would read their book, and it was a good idea. He did it once, and then he just seemed to have dropped it.
What? He dropped the ball? Up at the top, and then had people on Clubhouse actually, remember when we were kids, they do popcorn, and the teacher would say, hey, you're reading this paragraph. I want to see how many people know how to read. This would be amazing. You can tell a lot about people by the way they read. Some people may enjoy nursery rhymes or Dr. Seuss. It's just a thought.
aka serendipity. Hugs instead of tugs, where everyone giggles and rolls on rugs, where everyone kisses and everyone grins, and everyone cuddles and everyone wins.
I like it.
Did they read that at like a ditty party, Kitty? And good morning, Kitty. I don't know. They have writers' rooms, and I keep telling myself to do the writing rooms because you read for 50 minutes, you write for 50 minutes, and then for 10 minutes.
Inspirational. I think that's what I'm going to say to everybody all day long today. You're worth it and you matter.
Moderators, I'd like to request 60 seconds of your time to cleanse your chakra. Moist.
Did we cleanse your chakra just a little bit?
Wait, let me check. Let me pop my back. Oh, I think you did. Okay, this is called the I Ching of Love. Pick a random number 1 through 64. Called identification. The oracle admonishes to beware of identification. It is true. Love
opens to a fullness and joy without confrontations. But if you identify that fullness with a certain person, it can open to painful spaces and lead to disaster.
Very nice. Where's the ding though? I like the ding at the end. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. Color comedy tour laughter. Oh, look at you. I like it. So Friday night after dinner, if you're not going out and touching grass,
If I am my own favorite comedian, am I allowed to just try to do an on-stage comedy routine involving participants from the room?
provided that you don't trigger people to go sideways, I think we could probably accommodate you. Yay. I'm not going to say no.
You know, I consider myself.
Oh, 120,000.
120,000 deaths? Holy fuck, bro. 1 million people killed themselves. And 2 million casualties, bro. It's the worst fucking. In the Battle of Antietam, there were 100,000 deaths. One battle.
Tell me that 6 million people died.
Yeah, now you can Google it and confirm just how ignorant you are.
The best I can give you is 62.
Got it. Well, if you ever go to Gettysburg and you want to find out what real courage, bravery looks like, you've been to Gettysburg? Well, what did you learn? I guess nothing. I just can't understand how.
Well, back then, the warfare had almost, me and Marshall were actually talking about this, and I bet you would like the universe, that war used to have like a form of decorum about it, right? There used to be like this, universal understanding that we're both going to meet our maker.
Yeah, you used to like line up in a line and march.
Yes, and the only reason why the Revolutionary War was won by Americans was because of guerrilla warfare. The same with the Scottish.
We didn't play fair during the Revolutionary War.
Well, so William Wallace, fun fact about William Wallace, okay, everyone, is that
At the Battle of Bannockburn.
the Battle of Stirling Bridge, William Wallace, how they won was that the Brits had to cross this bridge to get
like high testosterone young men that are
War was it good for?
Yeah, comedy room Friday night. Pick your favorite comedian.
Can I tell you? I don't think I'll be there.
Good morning, Brock.
I said
David.
hi. Good morning to everybody.
Everybody?
So
Nice to see you.
Friday night, much as I would love to serendipity, like just because I spend my time with my wife, of course. And I would love to have with
Yeah, some great kids.
and my children, but it's at night, so my children would be in bed Friday night. But I would love to share. I don't have the clip on me, but I know it by heart because how much I love it. Sam Hyde has a great stand-up bit where he says, in his best Jeff Foxx. If you think you're gonna wrestle a police officer and get away with it, you might be Mike Brown if people call you a child, but you're actually 17 and 6'4" and 240. You might be Mike Brown if you thought reaching for a police officer's gun was a good idea. That's my favorite bit.
Yes.
It's just a play on. It's supposed to be ironic because Mike Brown died by police. Michael Brown died by police.
Like George Floyd.
No, not like George Floyd. Mike Brown was a 17-year-old who had looked like a suspect, of course, who had just robbed a gas station. He ended up not being that suspect. He was black. If you don't know the story, he driving his car up the way. Mike Brown decided to then try to get into the police officer's vehicle, try to grab the police officer, try to reach for his gun. They then get in a wrestling match where the police officer ends up shooting him. And people to this day believe that this was an unjust killing. Again, there was multiple eyewitness evidence that shows that Mike Brown actually engaged this individual before the police officer engaged him. And also, again, police officers have the right, again, not to detain you, but to conduct an investigation and try to conduct that in the most civil way as possible. So, and also Mike Brown was 17, was 6'4", was 240. Was a very large individual, very scary. I mean, any man who's 6'4"
Just Mike Brown. How tall are you?
I'm not 6'4", nor am I 240. I do carry a gun usually because I am a little boy. I don't think I'm that little. 5'10" is not that little.
No, I don't think so. That's the same size as mine.
Road rage or something, and you gotta defend yourself. Seeming gross.
That's right. That's right. My wife carries a gun everywhere she goes.
Well, in New Jersey, it's illegal to have a gun in your car.
That's sad. That's sad.
Because it's CJ, it sucks.
Yeah, that's almost like you're living like a form of tyranny right there, David. You're gonna have to figure that one out.
I have to take a work call, so you behave, please.
We'll try our best, David. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate you, Mom. Love you, Mom. Rico, I think you're a Sam Hyde fan as well. One of my other favorite Sam Hyde bits is him talking about how he's what's wrong with you?
I was asking. MK Ultra, bro.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Every school shooter is white or transgender, but every shooter who's in the school is black. Have you ever thought about that?
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Flip it on. Flip it on. Turn the tables around on them.
And how come never mind.
Brown and you're in prison, let's be honest, it's probably after your 20th offense. You get all that red 40 as a kid, that's going to do something to you. That's a dope number. Yep. Also, you can make the use of high school before. Yeah, he just did what it took to out his life as our guys did. Who's the most legendary? This is a trend that's this is a trend that's
You get stabbed in the chest, and your brother grabs.
To another person's tent, though.
No, it's much different. You have the story mistaken.
This white kids should play hockey. They just won't be around this type of people. You know?
I do agree that
Good morning. Did you guys see Edwards down there? Maybe he could read some scripture to you, neo-Nazis, and change your hearts from hate to love.
that's not true.
What's the deal with those that Texas football yes. That means new. You're the new one, like the new communists. You're just the new Nazi.
That's a good point.
Do you think if you've only had one abortion, you're just on the precipice of being a full liberal, or does it require 2 to 3 murders to become a full-fledged man? I saw the church parking lot. They sold it to build one Chicago, $1 billion skyscraper. He was involved in that transaction. He's covering up pedophiles for cash, not him personally. Telling you, if you think Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, if you think they're pederast cannibals, well, guess who the fucking Pope is? A fucking pederast cover-upper. I think that's, not quite as bad, but it's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah, Trump Tower should.
Chicago, go to it, and it was a former church parking. What, you don't think it's real? You think I'm just sitting here on a Tuesday morning talking to my cell phone as if I'm making things up and there's like I'm just spreading misinformation, lies, propaganda against the Pope? You think I would do that? Think I got no basis of fact, no evidence, no observational powers? I'm a scientist. Don't you guys even know what the scientific method is anymore these days? All right, boys and girls, if you have your espresso in your hand and you haven't put in any cream in it yet, we're going to put some cream in your coffee. If you need a little hot water to supercharge that coffee, now's the time. This is called harmony, love, and peace. In this fusion of love, you find yourself immersed in the fullness of the present. In this is full gratification.
It's only disgusting if she's ugly, you know what I mean? I'll fuck ugly shit. I don't got no problem with this. I guess I'm disgusting. I'll be that.
Well, you're not just disgusting, you're actually trash. You know what you do with the trash? Throw it in the garbage. And when the garbage dump comes, it hauls that trash away to the garbage dump. Then, what happens to the garbage in the garbage? Well, if it's biodegradable, it starts to disintegrate, fall apart. Well, I'm sure you can try to find Keegan's next room in the Okay, this is called the Wayfarer. The message speaks to the wayfarer inside yourself while passing from one experience to the others. Meeting friends and lovers, you are the wayfarer. Something inside you prevents you from stopping forever. You try and try again, and each time it seems you have reached a resting place. But the This is number 26, Fear of Love. The oracle indicates that you are enjoying a notable strength.
The Oracle. No, I don't want to do this, John.
Therefore, it is the right moment to progress.
Therefore, it's the right moment to progress.
You will find in this condition of strength
Thank you, Monica.
I can see that my talent is not appreciated in this room. I'll have to go elsewhere where there are rooms full of people.
Ocarina of Time again. I want to hear that shit. I like it.
You want to hear the ocarina?
Yeah, that's just that you just playing.
No, that wasn't an ocarina. That was a Chinese flute. But I do actually have an ocarina, but the ocarina sounds more like a bird calling device, if you've ever played one.
Chicago, where Brandon Johnson is a liar. Boros won $3 billion gift to Kraina. Okay, so this is a campaign song called Brandon Johnson is a Criminal on behalf of the campaign to elect mayoral candidate John Kitover for Chicago, Illinois. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to the city mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago, Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free. What'd you think? Is Brandon Johnson a scam? Is it all a fraud? Is it just taxation without representation and theft? Because that's what I think it is. I Monica, I don't know if you saw this, but Ethan Stefanigal, 23, was shot and murdered in the parking lot of an AMC theater in North Carolina after reportedly meeting with three men to sell them vape cartridges. The three men that murdered him were black, but two of them looked very biracial, so they looked half white. The murderer looks more black than the others, but they were all black. Murderers. Relax around murderers. Never. Because they will murder you.
Speaking of, it turns out that my plumber didn't actually need my plumber. I wasted all this money for him to run the line with the roto rooter, and really I just needed to do a power flush. So just there really should be like a news program called like Black on White Crime News, where it's like every day you just report the new black on white murders across the country. And like that's the whole news show is every day you just report the new murders. And it'll never stop. Like the news will always have content every day. There's a new murder. So maybe you guys should consider incorporating that into for the room for people's cognitive security. Just a thought. I don't want anybody here to ever become a victim.
Love me tender, love me blue. Serendipity, that's why I love you. You are awesome.
BB, do you have 60 seconds for Toyra this morning?
I actually do, my friend.
Rabboni Shalom?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Okay, pick a page. I'll read to you from a book that I got in Tel Aviv called
How many pages going through?
195.
Okay, 180, please.
Okay, this is page 180.
10 times high.
From the sacred to the holy, 5 new Talmudic readings. The sword shall deal without, within there shall be terror. Why this besides? One might have thought of all this applies to night and not to day. That is why it is said, Go, my people, enter your chambers and lock your doors behind you. But one might have thought that this holds only inside the house within. There is no terror, and that if inside there were terror, leads to danger. That is why it is said, So let us cast ourselves upon the Assyrian camp. If they let us live, we will survive. There is a baraita. If the angel of death is in the city, one should not walk in the middle of the road, for the angel of death moves about in the middle of the road, benefiting from the liberty granted to him. He walks about publicly. If the city is at peace, one should not walk at the sides of the road. For not being granted liberty, the angel of death slinks along in hiding. There is a baraita. If there is an epidemic in a city, one should not go to the house of prayer alone, for it is there that the angel of death keeps his implements. This is true. However, only in the case where school children do not read scriptures, there and where there are not 10 people to pray together. There is a baraita. If the dogs howl, that is because the angel of death has entered the city. If the dogs are happy, Ravan. Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we need 10 people to do a minyan? What is that about?
It's Kabbalistic. Rabbono Shalom. 10 not 11, 10 not 9.
Does it make our words transcend better? Is that what it is?
Correct. 10 is the
Was our correlating number like, oh, we have 6 layers of skin, and then our body is the 7th, and we represent the universe like there's 6 galaxies that represent. You know what I mean? Does 7 have a correlation with Judaism as well?
Yeah, all in them. 1 through 10, they all have serious significance. Yeah. But 10 is the magic number. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Because there's 10.
Right? Like, you don't say there's something to do with when you're counting and you're talking, like, you don't say he's 6 feet under.
Mm-hmm.
foot. Like he's 6 foot tall. You know, when somebody dies, we don't talk about under. Did you? No, I don't. I'm
Well,
honest.
you should study it because it's basically metaphysics. It all comes from limitless light. It's called like the light victory, foundation, beauty. These are all positive words, and it's 10 positive words. Most, if you ask people what are your power words, they'll say consensual contracts. You know, like Bima, she's got no power. She's just a socialist. So, if you study Kabbalah, you will learn what true power is in the universe, because supposedly these 10 Sephiroth is what manifests reality.
Or some are trying to kill us. Like, how does that make fucking sense? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've inversed the divine ignorant.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, though. It's their evil, but a good person, you know, they might visualize the evil that they want to commit, but not commit it, transcend above it, and then they've rectified and purified. So a lot of this is C.G. Jung. I know Monica's into Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson goes into this quite a bit about how to transcend evil. So
Stuff from him too, as I learned from you whenever.
So you can literally recite Keter, Keter, and focus on the meaning of it by doing the mantra.
You know that most of our praying is meditation, obviously. How you're just saying it too, like the mantra, even the way we stand, the way we bow, like the way we keep rocking, the way we take 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, and then we bow down and then look up to Hashem. Feel great mentally and physically, because I'm constantly like warding off evil. You know what I mean? By being in a meditative state. Did we scare everybody up? You notice though too, John? especially being like you, a veteran on Clubhouse as well. Do you notice that when rooms are talking about positivity and about being a good person, the rooms are extremely small. But when rooms are toxic, screaming hate, the rooms are huge.
Hey, BB.
Hi, Shirley. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
I am good.
What do you think of what you said?
Well, my people die for lack of knowledge. You ask why people kill. How religious, a whole train of thought based on killing your enemy and killing people who don't agree with you. I would call that a severe lack of.
Yeah, I think it's basically that's what John said. It says they don't know. And they're ignorant, and then they do these fucked up things, right?
Well, and
You said my people. Who's your people, my dear?
well, I'm just saying that isn't that verse in the is that in the Old Testament or New Testament? Is that verse in the Old Testament?
Though what? My people. What?
My
What
people
verse?
die. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
John is the one that would probably answer that. Oh, and that's the one thing that I was taught to say. Never say Old Testament. Say First Testament, and then Second Testament. As to, you know what I mean?
The First Testament, the first one. There's a lot of information there. We can Google it. Okay, so it's Hosea 4:6. My people die for lack of knowledge. Can you hear me?
Is that in the first or the second?
Hosea is in the First Testament.
So my people died for lack of knowledge. Okay. What does that mean to you?
It's kind of an all-encompassing. The Muslims lack knowledge. They got into the wrong thought system.
Yeah, the ideology is crazy. Yeah.
Ideology is just ridiculous. Okay, and it's the only religion in the world that says kill people who don't agree with you. Now, Hindus do kill Christians, and I think it might be their commitment to the caste system, because the caste system is eliminated through Christianity does not support the caste system. Another lack of knowledge deal. Anyway, so, but you know, but it can apply to everything. It can apply to healthcare. It can apply to it can apply to the amortization schedule. So it's pretty encompassing principle there. It is one thing that I'm sorry if I'm redirecting the conversation.
No, not at all. That's the whole point of like having good combos.
Okay, so the something's come up lately, and I actually ran to somebody who she was a DEI member, and so she ran these programs. So she ran this program for her employees. She said she did it 3 times. That said that the Muslims believed in Jesus, and they were a religion of peace. Yeah, but there's a certain percentage of those Muslims that are light of them making these. I've got some kind of alarm going off. What the hell?
See, every
That's
Muslim.
okay. I have to bounce in like 3 minutes anyways, but
Okay, but
John's here anyways.
okay. Point being, there, and I've noticed it online. They want to deceive Christians into believing that the Muslims love Jesus and that they're equal to, we're buddies. Well, we're not, and it's not the same. And they
you have to study and practice and do a bunch of tests before you get in. With Islam, you have to say 6 words or whatever amount of words, and you're in, and then you learn after. Now, my question is, if something is so divine and beautiful and pure,
did confess on the cross that
I have
Jesus.
to go, dear. I'll be back.
Okay, bye. I'll finish my sentence. Beth, are you just listening? Serendipity, what are y'all up to?
Shirley, do you think, because there's something in the Quran. Not every Muslim is a Christian.
Okay. Restate, Johns. Restate.
The Quran says that Jesus was called into heaven by Allah. So that implies that every Muslim believes that every Christian is a Muslim.
Just you go to Sunday school. I've experienced it. I've been in Sunday school classes where the materials were, oh, let's just be nice, and like that's the message. When there's the scripture, we need to actually really know the word. Like, aren't you always just studying things, John, for understanding? Are you there, John?
A problem with like American Christianity where things are kind of going a little bit astray. Well,
For example, the Assembly of God. This is not a criticism, but my daughter-in-law went to seminary with the Assembly of God, and when she married my son, I'm divorced from my children's father. Well, that made me, in her eyes at that point, made me, I just couldn't possibly be a good Christian or have any knowledge of the Bible. I'm divorced. And this was her thought process. The Assembly of God, and she said, more. Not teach the Bible, Daniel. And that's why you have Christians who they don't get that. Like you. Oh, hell no, we're not. We're not just like each other at all. No resemblance at all. Unless maybe they have the Ten Commandments. And I'm going to confess, I have not read the Quran. Don't have enough time in my day to adequately study the
the Bible that I think is based on God's word that came from God. And there's a lot of evidence that the Bible is was really authored through God, and He used different people.
Everyone there, and I think modern audiences
Well, but
are tougher to grapple with.
okay, but if you read the whole thing, if you have a concordance, or it gives you references to different sections of it, you will realize that the Canaanites were probably doing things like sacrificing babies, which is abhorrent to God, having temple prostitutes. I don't know what all kinds of horrible things they were doing, but it was a horrible culture. And God said, if you don't want this crap in your life, in your culture, and get rid of
Everybody, but they didn't call the Canaanites.
no, they didn't. But there would be those who say that had they done what God said, they would not be in the mess they're in right now. If they had followed Him and done what He said. And but also since I'm a New Testament.
Wait, was Saul against those? Are you referring to the Saul story, right? That's Saul, right?
Well,
Was Saul
I'm not. I have no. Listen. I'm going to be honest. I'd have to Google that.
Yeah.
Which, because
Shirley,
I've read it and.
look at the link.
Yes.
Look at the link in the chat too, if you want to take a look. It's very interesting. It's Winston Churchill's observations on Islam in the 1920s or late 1800s.
But I like the link, and let's see. Let's make sure I can keep it because that might be very interesting. I'm going to text that to myself. So, but summarize, John. Can you summarize, John?
Oh, it'd be better if you just probably read it, because the summary is he's just saying that Islam is shit. So, in summary, Islam is shit.
It is shit. It is shit, and it cannot be compared to the Old Testament or the New. And their version of Jesus is not Jesus. He's like some nice person. No, he's not. He's God. And which, Daniel might. Tone in my voice. But I'm really, I find it very frightening. And I had something came up on my, algorithm saying Jesus was a nice person that was being sponsored by Muslims. No, he wasn't. He was gone. Agree with me, I won't murder you for that. Right? Ravi, come on up.
Which is interesting because, I mean, I guess it was just once the Ottoman Empire fell, but like Muslim societies were more tolerant. Like they would just kill your ass if you were of a different faith.
Who would?
Or like medieval Christians.
We suffered a dark age. We went through the dark ages, and there was some. But that's based on the evil of man, not on God's word.
Yeah, like I was reading I got the Oxford History of the Reformation, which I would highly recommend, but they mentioned that the Orthodox, when the Muslims were Orthodox would go to Europe and all of that, and they found that the Catholics were just so obnoxious to them that they were just like, I want to stay occupied by the Turks. We'll just live under Ottoman rule. We don't need to stay in Europe.
Well, the Dark Ages were bad, and it's just like this current Pope. What an idiot! He's got Muslims praying inside. For the stand.
Do you think though? I think, and I'm not a papal mind reader. I don't know why he's doing it, but one of the reasons why I think he might be doing that, like meeting with imams and stuff like that, is to make sure that Christians aren't being prosecuted, to show like a goodwill to them, so that they're not being killed in Muslim countries.
Well, it's working because they're killing them on. It's working on the daily. There's nothing about it working. I think it's because he doesn't want them to burn down the damn papal palace, and I don't know what it is. I think it's because he's a Marxist, actually. And my daughter, who is a Democrat, she finally pushed me till I just let her have it last week, and over this my and pound my daughter with it, except I just want to have a peaceful relationship.
But I mean, the Pope's always had like even when George W. Bush was doing the Iraq War, the Pope was against that. We're like, this isn't a new position. It's just now, for some reason, like it's the most controversial thing. That oh my God, the Pope is against the war. Like the Pope is usually against most of the wars. Like that's kind of what happens.
Well, there is a Pope. I follow a pro-life priest on Twitter.
believe in that. I think because I'm not Catholic, but like that is a very long tradition that they've always had different views about just war doctrine, et cetera, and they're pretty big influence on Protestantism, even though we're technically a different thing. But
Well,
I don't think there's a black and white way to read it at all. I think we in America we want things to fit our political party too much, and I think if Christianity fits one political party, then it's not really a
I don't.
movement.
I think that that's something somebody is putting out there. Leaving all sense if they're not classical liberals. I have always had this feeling that Monica could come back and tell Monica I love her.
Did Shirley leave? Damn, me and her were having a good talk.
She was convinced that you left because she was boring you.
Oh, that's so mean. I had to go grab something and they needed my ID.
She was like, he left in the middle of our conversation. Okay, well, I think everybody left because I was here. I'm just gonna go. And my phone was across the room, and I was like, oh my god, I was trying to get over here.
Right.
Literally grabbed it as you came.
her feelings on her.
Let me go.
I haven't even been listening to the conversation.
We were just talking about like Christian movements and stuff like that.
And I went to go pee, and I heard her saying that, and I was like, oh gosh, I can't get to my phone. Okay. hours doing something. Somebody
The Canaanites.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. Okay.
I think so. Yeah. I think it was the Canaanites. It's been a while since I read that one, but I'm pretty sure. Because one of the ones where God was like, "Don't leave any man, woman, or child."
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And they didn't listen. And now today we have Islam. $12:30, 1:00, 2:30, and 3. Oh, too many meetings, David. Too many meetings.
You need to get in the position where you're the one that actually calls the meetings, so you can always say no.
I am. It wouldn't be right to say no to them. I gotta give them their time. One-on-ones. Ugh. I don't let them complain to me, David.
That's right.
Tell me how their days are going.
And
What I can do to.
That's right.
I need some sunshine. That's what I need right now. Items.
I feel so relaxed. It was 420 yesterday. So 420 started with my lovely love walking up the stairs, and
Like Joe Biden.
yes,
Oh.
yes, and he fractured his nose. So
Oh my gosh.
So he's freaking out, and I was laying in bed when this was happening. I was like literally in the middle of a rant talking about fat people in Clubhouse, and I was getting ready to put some clothes on to go have lunch, just like go hang out, and so that happened. So he was on the floor, and I think that he's learned his walking up the stairs. But yeah, no, it was a very eventful day yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So I had to call his job to, obviously tell him that he's not coming in. And the reason why I did that was because he took some pain meds and, sounded a little bit loopy. And, I just didn't, like he's coming out of his weekend. It's just, it It's really, really, really good. I think I wanted to speak to Abby about like the lawyer Abby, because she lives out there, and the whole entire premise of the show is it's about Las Vegas, and it's pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny. So what are you up to? What's a good word?
Oh my goodness. I am knee deep in studying all things ketogenesis right now. And I'm getting over that urge to want to stab my sister, so that's a good thing.
No.
And yeah, life. I need to go see my eye doctor. I need to go see him. Oh my gosh.
And go to the DMV.
I didn't go to the DMV.
Now the DMV may have to wait until next Monday, but
You think I don't listen for what that number is as somebody who can actually see it is reading it?
Exactly.
I'm listening. Okay. I gotta go get my eyes checked.
And it's like a running joke in the office. They're just like, you need to go get your glasses.
Here's the thing. They say that ketogenesis can help improve your vision too.
Really?
Yes. Yes. They say it can help improve your. Oh, hold on. I'm inviting you up, JC. There we go. Or should I say shalom?
Silver bullet.
It's for those who are going to embark on the ketogenesis endeavor.
It makes you feel amazing. If you've never felt amazing, oh yeah, you should try it.
Is he mocking me?
No, I'm not mocking you. I'm just saying you gotta try it. Try it. Put it in your mouth.
It was not pretty though. When your body's not used to having like that kind of concentrated fat. Second in my coffee.
Yeah, I used to get the silver bullet on Amazon. I really liked it, but
yeah, it's from Bullet Coffee.
yeah.
They're so good for you in moderate amounts. Just not. You will lose weight in high amounts. But it's so good for you though. People don't realize ketones are what remove the trash from your fucking body. So if you're not making ketones, that trash is piling up. And I've honestly been contemplating like cutting sugar out of my diet entirely because it's just so bad for you. It feeds so much bad shit that I was like, okay, I think I can do this.
So good.
A lot of hidden sugar, and of course you've got like other carbs. That sugar itself is not that big in my diet anyway. It's in my creamer.
Do you take a flu shot, Serendipity?
Do what?
Do you do the flu shot annually?
No, I don't do any vaccinations.
Oh, because Secretary Hegseth, he scrapped the mandatory flu shot for U.S. service members today. You no longer, if you were in the military, you had to get your annual flu shot. Otherwise, you could be Article 15 and punished. But now we finally have liberation and liberty. If you don't want to get an unnecessary medical intervention injection, you don't have to do it anymore.
That's a good thing. I think it should be people's choice. Their body.
I mean, that's the way it's been going, right? Like, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda.
So you support May then?
I bet you
No,
Jarl.
I don't. I don't support it, Jarl. I don't.
Does Jarl get his annual flu shot?
Kelly.
You're stupid if you don't understand science.
I hope so.
Medicine is science. And if you don't understand science, well,
I
then
was being tongue in cheek when I said your body, your choice.
it's not tongue in cheek.
That's what I like to say.
That's the yeah, exactly. Jarl's like he's
That's
contemplating.
what I like to say.
Jarl, are you gonna go get a flu shot this summer? Jarl?
You will be amazed.
Oh, I wholeheartedly disagree with Kevin. I wholeheartedly disagree with Kevin.
Mary's doing
Engage in critical thinking. See, people,
Mhm.
people like Kevin, they failed. They fail to do additional research, and while they like to sit there and make fun of, an alternate proposed side instead of considering both sides, and what's the common denominator in all of it. It might be hyperbolic. And,
He's at least
Yeah.
consistent because he watched a bunch of videos of a bunch of nurses dancing in hallways as opposed to saving a bunch of dying patients, which I found was very bizarre. And he thought the world was ending without the research or any type of listening. It's like, what is wrong with you people?
Well, I mean, do you? I sometimes.
I have a hot take. You know, if someone's sick, it's pretty nice that you wear a mask.
No.
Yeah.
If you're sick, just stay the fuck home.
You have a
You don't need to be walking around places wearing a mask, and you're not washing your hands. So again, you're just spreading germs, and like, you just stay home.
I hate to
I mean,
change.
it's
Got a little phlegm in my throat.
see, like, this motherfucker should leave the house.
I was about to go to the hospital today.
See, here you go. Ask people walking around in the streets with a teddy bear. That mask is not going to help you. If you're going to get sick, you're going to get fucking sick. That mask is not going to help you.
Wake it up. On March 21st.
Shit, the first time I was bored, I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna die from this shit, I'm gonna die drunk. If I'm gonna die from this shit, I'm gonna die drunk. And I had the time of my life sitting in quarantine, wasted. Okay, so like I said,
That's fine.
COVID was not killing people. The only people that was dying from COVID were fat people and old people that had one foot in the grave as it was. Okay, so drop the weight, otherwise you're gonna get hurt. So I mean, it is what it is. You're not gonna get any type of sympathy points from me.
I'm not here for sympathy.
I mean, yeah, my god's a tough guy. My god will fuck your god
Okay, and they're otherwise sickly and fat, then they should stay at home. As a matter of fact,
my god destroys your profit and
okay,
health.
take as little disability benefits just so we don't have to see you with this. DoorDash is down. If you sneeze and that mask is over your eyes, now you crash it up and die.
No, that's a very good possibility. I mean, obviously, I think.
And then you're in the car by yourself. You're in the car by yourself like these dumbasses. And you have nobody to grab the steering wheel. You see what I'm saying? These fat, stupid people should just stay at home.
Big bags.
I think we should euthanize them. I think we should.
What do you think the COVID-19 vaccine was all about, stupid? fertile. It's a fact. Oh, my friend is here.
It's fertile. It is.
Don't give me that skull emoji.
So universe, if I
I'm not ashamed going to the goo because I talk.
I also have directions in my ears. I have GPS directions in my ears. I'd like to hear Dr. Adams, who is I can't wait for this Katy Perry loss.
Yeah, so it seems like you did not make it.
Believe all women, right? Believe all women have they're lying on each other. So I can't wait. I can't
What is the
wait.
Katy Perry lawsuit?
This Katy Perry lawsuit is over. She get sued for putting her is in here. She's getting sued for putting her coochie up another woman. So yes. So I mean we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Why do we care about this?
Well, because this goes in tandem.
It does. Katy Perry putting her pussy when someone says a lot.
Yes, it does. Yeah, no, it's giving us hope. It's giving us hope. Okay? It's giving us hope to stop this nonsense, the fuckery, the radical feminism. Okay, it started with attacking
States over half of the population, 60% of the population, you would see a much more measurable effect on births if it was.
Yeah, abortions are down 25%. That's statistically significant. That's 1/4. Many people don't know percentages or statistics, probably like yourself, but abortions are down 20. stupid facts. Go get another flu vaccine, Kevin.
Oh my God, maybe something bad will happen. I don't know. I would say for why births are only down 1%. If it was making people infertile, births would be down by more than 1%.
John, I would be really curious to see where you're getting that stuff that they're down 25%.
Yeah, you could Google it and just look at the Planned Parenthood annual report. I'll put the link in the chat. Thank you very little.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortions have increased 15 to 20% fold year over year. And they've only just stabilized in the last year, but I don't see any indication that
requesting. It says that the number of patients increased by just 1% from the previous year and was down by 23%. Use your eyes to read.
We're saying this vaccine, which over the country got, is making people infertile. You would expect births to be down by more than 1% over the last 4 or 5 years. You would expect it to be down well beyond the existing trend of it going down. Instead, you're cherry-picking this piece of abortion data and making a bunch of causal inferences. These things are related. Instead of addressing the main figure that you want to be looking at, which is just the total amount of births in the United States. Now, would you like to address why? There we have it. The man said no.
I got answer for it. I knew you have something to say about that.
Oh, that was you? That was the guy.
That was
no statistically significant decline in births because of it. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life. And I've been on this app for 4 years. I hear dumb things every fucking day. Dr. Adams, I want to ask you a question. If you're there. Yes, I'm here. I'm driving. Go ahead. Oh, okay, yeah. So obviously one of the criticisms that I get a lot is that I'm some sort of government sheep. Not to wear masks. And my immediate thought was, I think they are lying in order to conserve PPE for healthcare workers. Be a sheep too. Because the mask was not going to save you, okay? The mask was never going to save you. The mask still is not saving you. The mask never was going to save you. So, I mean, to me, it's like, if somebody's denying me access to get to where the hell I need to go, then I'm going to put on the fucking mask, okay? I'm going to put on the mask. I'm not going to waste my valuable time arguing back and forth about why I don't believe in the mask, okay? Especially here in California. So, especially, I don't care. I don't care. We don't care about it here because at the end of the day, the data shows you that, again, people who are at the end of the day, I don't care because it does not affect me.
Listen, the gay woke left mob became fascists with COVID-19. Show me your papers! Show me your fascist when they hate fascists. They became the fascists that they hate. Show me your papers! Or you can't come into this facility. Do you know how gay that is? We literally gave up our manhood, our destiny. To Dr. Fauci, to Dr. Birx, to Operation Warp Speed, it was a completely unnecessary medical intervention with no statistics to prove that the shot was even effective or useful. It was clearly a destabilizing injection for no purpose to take. Unless you're gay, of course. It was actually the gay little woke shot to find out how low IQ you were. That's what it was all about. To find
data on the fact.
You refuse to acknowledge that this only affects old people.
Yes, this very much and fat people. Yes.
So again, if you want to have, okay, so where's the data on the fat people, Kevin? Show it to us.
And if you're looking at any data that's of a random sample of the population, it's
No, but I'm looking at any data that's relevant. That's relevant. That's the only relevant data that we need to see.
just the data
Right?
for fat
Because
people.
again, yes, because yes.
I mean, you already agreed.
We made accommodations for old people that were not working anyways. Okay, we made accommodations for fat people and people who are.
I know who you are.
Listen, if you ask any Democrat, was the COVID-19 vaccine safe and effective? 99% of Democrats will say yes, it was, because they are partisans and they refuse to. They're not scientists. They don't understand statistics. They don't understand medicine. They don't understand anything. They are just They're basically NASCAR drivers that wear the Pfizer logo on their lapel, because that's what they are. They're bought and sold for whores, just like Kevin here. Whores, big pharma whores that literally recycle. Kevin here is a bisexual, and the fact of the matter is, his mother. They've raised the perfect leftist little drone slave, Kevin, who has a fascist PTR of a disgusting porno movie, a man who has no morals, ethics, or principles. Kevin here is what hardcore Democrat, Marxist, communist, left woke weaklings create. Little tiny Kevin here, raised in a test tube of liberal stupidity.
I think you could have used a few more buzzwords. You know, it's one thing to say that you think all of the data is fake or falsified.
I didn't say all the data is fake or falsified. I said that the data shows no statistical significance. You might want to take a statistics class sometime and figure out what statistics significance is. Standards of deviation. It's not effective. It didn't stop transmission. It didn't stop people from getting infected.
Get back. We'll never get back. And that is the most obscene thing. They haven't even apologized and said, you know, we got wrong. We didn't understand these things. Let's give y'all some money. Okay, on top of that. Right. So, I mean, you know,
You want me to cash app you? You want me to cash app you?
No, I don't need your pennies, okay? Because you have to stay at home until you're 50. Okay, so I don't need your money, Kevin. Okay, at the end of the day, okay, none of you people.
Hey, I moved out.
No, none of you people understand, okay, the fact that you took time from innocent Americans that they can never
just look at the picture. I want everybody to look at the picture of my dog. Peacefully sleeping and be chill.
Nah. Carry on. Carry on.
That's a very cute.
How's Faza doing? She's still doing her roots to rise route.
Have you met NPC?
So confused.
Welcome to the room, Grace. Thank you for gracing us with your presence once again.
Oh wait, Pfizer is an RPO. That's where I know Pfizer from.
I had to cope by wearing band t-shirts to school. Fast in a Maryland Manson shirt and my hair wet. I could compare to Maryland Manson once. Pretty weird. My grandfather, he might have thought inedible thing. That's alien. That's their own word for the Holocaust when it happened to them. The porage delicious.
Touch with serendipity. I don't
People
like
throw that term Karen.
Don't wish him harm.
Oh, goose on your mind? Goose had some kind of hardcore neo-Nazi rally this weekend. I checked his schedule.
Pacino. This is why people think your point taken. And what's the newest iteration of the gay troll?
I don't know. Is that projection? I'm not sure.
No, Kitover. Cappuccino's new username on the app is stupid.
Stupid is as stupid does, Monica.
Hey, fellow. We had an argument today. I know he'll enjoy us talking about it again. People were saying Rich is very, very smart. And I said he's not that smart. And my reasoning is a smart person who likes the company of people, even though he's inadequate with his social skills, would develop social skills to make him tolerable to people. But Rich doesn't do that. That's not very smart.
I will say that Rich There's nobody quite like Rich. Like he is a
Anybody else is doing at the moment.
That's right.
And I put a quote in the chat from Winston Churchill discussing Mohammedan law and what it means for women. If you're a feminist, well, the opposite of a feminist is obviously a Muslim.
I like the way you put that.
It's okay.
I'm just LARPing as a Thelemite that I don't know anything about Iwas or the great Frater Perturabo. Well, Othello,
Or disaster.
Was that good though? Was that interesting?
The science behind transing our kids was not scientific, was it?
You know, it's a pretty interesting article. Like, ideology just basically took it over.
Yeah, I've watched as the traditional psychological community, the stats that if a or 21, 95% of them, those cases will resolve. And the child just realizes that they're, most of the time, that against any form of therapy, be it, drug therapy or surgical. And so there's that part of it in terms of treatment. The other part is this idea that trans people are being targeted for violence is completely false, even by their own numbers. When I checked, why? Most of them being in South America. So the absolute panic that is being created by proponents of that group is absolutely false. And it's significant because they use it to sway people who don't know any better. I guess the term would be normies, but people
people mostly on the left who think, well, gee, that's oh my gosh, there's trans people are being threatened. Oh my, that's just horrible. We have to support them because they're dying out there, and it's you touch on an interesting topic because as someone who was involved, I won't say how much,
When it comes to corruption, they used to at least close the
spiritual community of the 90s and early 2000s. First of all, the idea that either the feminine or masculine was superior to each other, one another, is actually not true.
They used to at least close the door.
Each has their own unique perspective to bring, and then both will lead you to a path of enlightenment. But to claim one is better than the other is false. The second one appearance and self-worth and those kinds of issues. But the principle remains the same. You are, and one of the biggest books that is quoted, and people know the rules, but they don't know where it comes from. It's called If Life is a Game, These Are the Rules. And one of the first rules is you are given a body. That's it. You don't, if you can't accept the body then yeah, but I bring all of that up as to say, I'm sorry I went on so long, but it's morning and I'm still, viewpoint of the 50s and 60s to then what was called the Second Age, where while men are accessing their feminine side more, but it was still, we got these kind of wimpy men as would be epitomized by men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and the kind of act with each other. And that all went away with this current political narrative that's coming. So I'll land there on that.
I do think the trans are actually Republican. A lot of people don't want to touch the topic. A lot of people don't agree, pushing it on the children. You're going to make a child wait till 18 to join the army or 21 to drink a drink, but you're going to let them have this life-changing decision at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. It's crazy. However, I think
So Trump got elected. According to them, it was all because of them. And then in 2020, their message was, you either do adopt our policies or we won't support you and you will lose again.
go through that term right.
And Biden made that deal.
Percent he's using them. He used them to cover it up, man. He's covering it up. There's something there. He's covering up. And then Melania's best friend, that Ongaro chick, has been going around spilling the beans. Yeah, Trump's involved in that shit. He's involved in Epstein deeper than what he's. That's why I've been trying to keep these files from coming out.
Did you just figure that out?
You got 300 million detectives now that have access to these files, and more and more people are finding more and more shit. You know, digging these files every single day, they're finding more and more shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, I went through the files for like 2 days straight, and I screenshotted, recorded the whole thing, And I saw Bill Clinton nonstop. So if you're just going to obsess over the orange one who doesn't appear in the absolutely. And Trump cut all ties with him. And he called the Miami Police Department on him and ratted him out for being a fucking pedophile. So until you show me some evidence, sir, it's just your opinion. Put a link in the chat with some evidence.
Yeah, so again, I was talking about Trump, and you did exactly what the liberals did. It's a lot of fun funny with these man guitars, bro.
So again, I just think it's amazing how people say again with these magatars. I'm not a magatard. I'm a man, and I'm a Republican, not a magatard. Magatard.
You. I didn't interrupt you. This is fucking insane.
It's very fucking crazy. Like it's very fucking crazy. People that used to be your homies act like they don't. Majority of our votes, Epstein files, and make America great again. But instead, they want to convince us and gaslight us that we ain't true MAGA because they are for make America great again, but let Israel fuck first. Like, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Make America
Let us take let us get like sloppy seconds, bro. Like cream pie sloppy seconds, like the kind nobody fucking wants. And then try to sell it to us like it's a version. Like, bro, we're tired of this shit, bro. I don't understand how your political dynamic in your mind isn't broken right now. It's not about fuck Trump or have Trump derangement syndrome. It's about us getting together and saying, what the fuck are husband is an abuser. Like, it's gonna be better this time, I swear. Like, come on, man. Let's wake up, people.
Yeah, it's you know what it is, Blake? It's this dangerous blind loyalty bullshit, and it is exactly what I've been talking about for 5 years on the Senate, bro. It's people, and this is a lot of people, man. They blind loyalty. You're supposed to be loyal to someone no matter what they do. You'll purposely ignore shit that they do because we're friends, we're buddies. A lot of the shit on the political side is I hate the left so much I'll go along with the right no matter what. And it's just a fucking retarded premise and mindset to have. But with the
that part I sympathize with those.
Again, you present no evidence. Again, you just say Donald Trump is a pedophile cannibal with no evidence. Again, you're not involved in politics. Again, you hate the Jews. And again, you hate the MAGA, the maggots. Again, you ain't involved in politics. You just come on Clubhouse and run your mouth and don't do anything but run your fucking mouth. You don't even read a book. You don't even improve your brain with your brain. You just fucking are a political commentator. Again, you ain't involved in politics. Again, you ain't got no evidence. Again, you conspiracize everything.
Majority of the fucking American people don't have hard evidence of any fucking opinions we stand on. That is the truth.
We are led and we make logical decisions based on. We wouldn't even have the fucking files we have right now. So you can do the whole like try to gaslight and try to belittle, bro, but we try to have an honest conversation. We're holding our side accountable because we are being consistent on our principles. You, sir, are not. You cannot see the pattern of bullshit going on in DC, no matter whether it's blue or red, bro. You are being delusional, and I love you as a partner in crime, but we are going to have to figure out a new strategy. That's the thing, too. You know, the politics. Again, you haven't won shit. Coming in dead last place, and then it is what it is.
Well, obviously you don't know philosophy because again, I didn't interrupt you again, faggot. I didn't interrupt you, faggot. Listen, faggot, I didn't interrupt you, faggot. Faggot, you gotta land your plane, faggot.
So again, I brought up a certain topic. I brought up a certain fact, right, about the fucking Senate hearings. And it's clear as day, Marty and Cash Patel have been caught dead lying. You can go and watch it your fucking self. They're caught lying. But the first thing the fucking retard, magatard over here does is what goes. So much on the block, bro, because he's not doing a good job of fucking covering this shit up. That's why Trump has his own personal fucking defense lawyer as the summer camp prison. She was in a maximum fucking prison facility. Now she's in a cupcake fucking facility. Why would you take a woman who has been found guilty of trafficking fucking children along with Epstein, you understand how big that is, and move her to a fucking day camp, low security fucking prison?
Because you cut a deal.
Against my better judgment, I'm
Kitover's defender. But if you take that out of it, you still get that he spent 2 days reading over those documents. So there's that, and from his assessment of that, he feels that no, Trump is not responsible for this, or is not guilty of this. Now, that's the first part. So I'll address that. The second part is I give for me personally, I give a lot of credence to the fact that Trump did call the authorities on Epstein. And clearly she got primaried by Trump, so she's not a happy camper. So we have to take what she says with a grain of salt. What we see is a definitive attempt by the left to throw shade at any Republican who's even mentioned in those files. And we've already seen them misrepresent what's in those files. So I forget the name of the person, but they released some email, and then they redacted the name of the victim in that email. And well, when they found out when it was uncovered who that name actually was, it was a victim who
Virginia, the girl killed herself.
yeah, okay.
Wait, instead of down it, maybe see if it has merit. Because if you're talking too long, Sig wants to reply, but he's polite, he's on mute.
No,
If you
yeah.
pause and get him more time to reply to your point, you
Well, I
might
mean,
get
for
thumbs
me
down
at least,
back.
I just
Just a
think
suggestion.
Yeah, but I'm old, and if I don't get it all at once, I'll get distracted by something and completely
Nice
forget what
excuse for not getting there, but okay,
Okay. Well.
Alan, I just want to put in one cliff note. It'll take like 10 seconds.
Sure.
There were many different victims. Like victims, we saw how many stood up behind Pam Bondi. you know, you gotta look at it across the board. But go ahead, man. I'll go after you.
Yeah. Well, the issue is that if they, what I wanted to address was the fact, well, two things. The fact that if they did call up and if Trump did put pressure on them, it's a political issue. Because we know what the left is engaging in, the kind of misdirection and false leads that they've already engaged in, and it's just another way for them. They
everybody how Trump pressured her to not release the files, and 3, I forgot what 3 is. Go ahead, 6.
So again, it's on the MTG case. Again, this is the funky ass hypocrisy I see with these magatards. Is that when MTG was rolling for Trump, y'all didn't question anything she said, but now that she for the most part, the right and MAGA was cheering MTG on, especially when she was up and down in hallways, getting up to Democrats' faces and memeing the shit out of them, trolling the shit out of them. So, the majority of MAGA was on her side. So that's one, again, another point of hypocrisy there. Secondly, I can clearly tell to pass. It was a super majority vote fucking pass. That's why Trump couldn't fucking veto it. And if he could veto it, he would have. Okay. So again, it's not just the left thing. Secondly, is that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel got caught lying. They said that in 4K quote, there were no victims and nothing needed to be investigated. This was coming out of both their mouths. There was no fucking victims. And if you watch that, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, all these years of arguing on is that, and when people don't clearly answer questions and they dodge, honest, and that they're being disingenuous. We've had this stance forever. So when you watch Kash Patel, when you watch Pam Bondi not answer questions, duck and dodge, reflect, get upset, name call, why are we changing the logic now? This is the problem that I have, is I'm seeing a lot of fucking logic switching up and a lot of fucking hypocrisy with people's behaviors. So they lied, and they said there were no victims. Said there was nothing to investigate. But what we find out is that in the Epstein files that got released after the Transparency Act is that there are victims. There are several fucking victims. One of the victims actually accused Epstein of bringing her to Trump in a tall building with lots of windows. Trump forced her to try to have oral sex with her, and she bit his penis, and then he hit her and said, "Get this bitch the hell up out of here." That's an accusation. I'm not on this Me Too movement. I'm not saying believe all women.
You know what that accusation
that I'm jumping on this Me Too movement. But, and here's the thing, there's holes in the investigation, Monica. That's what people are disputing right now. They don't think that this thing was investigated. There's even people in the FBI saying that there's some foul play, right? These things weren't investigated. what's the other
You
thing?
started saying that he was a pedophile protector, and now you're saying he's a pedophile. You're confident that you're right. 100%, 75%.
Pedophile protector 100%, because when you try to suppress these files, you are actively protecting pedophiles. There's only been two people arrested, right? And it's clear that there was a larger network.
And one's dead and one's in a Champaign prison. Okay.
Right. But there's
a pedophile.
so there's more people that need to be investigated. Melania's best friend, the Paulo dude she was married to, Trump's best friend, the one who he did him a favor and had that lady deported with no due process, no nothing. He has allegations. Never been investigated because he owned a modeling agency, and this is where all these networks are coming from. Is these model agencies, these pageant agencies. The one dude, Charlie Kirk's mentor, that died from a pickleball accident. What it is today.
From a pickleball accident. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what I was. All these weird ass deaths.
A heart attack.
He fell and bumped his head, and I looked up. Well, that's what they're going to get as. They're going to get as a pickleball death, even though pickleball deaths are so rare that there's zero data because they just don't.
Okay,
usually it's a heart attack.
Falling and hitting your head.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
Kill people.
Right, but it's extremely rare, and what we're seeing is all these people coming to dead that are involved in all these nefarious fucking dealings, Monica. They just magically come up dead, like old girl Guthrie supposedly. Weird look that all these people involved in this nefarious shit just magically come up dead once they become a threat to exposing what's going on. It's just weird. So, I've been on Missouri for 42 years. I grew up in the streets. I know how shit fucking works, right? And I'm not a fucking retard, and I'm not stupid. So you can piece together the breadcrumbs, and eventually you'll get a loaf of bread, right? So that's what that.
Again, moderate. Put me in the queue, moderators. I want to respond to shit.
It's people who are now people. Again, it's the majority of people that are seeing more and more evidence come out. Okay. And Alistair, there's millions of Epstein files. So 2 days, you ain't even putting a fucking dent in it. So, but
Well, 2 days is actually a lot of time in somebody's personal life to spend going through files. FYI.
I say, don't get discouraged because this is. And so I did. And then at the same time, things like Weinstein is all connected. It's in the entertainment industries as well. And so what I would hope is that they keep up the pressure, right? So that people can kind of like chill out, can kind of like not buy into these
devices, and maybe we'll see that in industries like the entertainment industry, where you get a lot of people at the top who kind of set girls up, for failure and try and do things to them, or promising them careers and things like that. I would hope that, this would have an effect where they would do those types of things down, and I think it's happening.
Because the portrayal of the entertainment industry entirely false. It comes from the women themselves. They, simply put, they, how can I put this? Most women are willing to play, will offer. It's not that the men are saying, the men in power are saying, well, if you want this role, if you want the lead role in this film, you have to have sex with me. It's the women who will offer in. Offered it, but they have to save their reputation. So now they jump on board. Oh yeah, he did it to me too. When everybody knows, the whole Harvey Weinstein thing. It's Courtney Love at some awards ceremony joking, about going up to Harvey Weinstein's office and buy your.
Don't motherfucking jail, man. Don't motherfucking. There's no protection. There's no fucking patty cake prisons. None of that shit, bro. You get hard time and let them motherfuckers in prison deal with you, man. Like where are we at in this country now? We're not. Our number one priority isn't protecting fucking children, bro. This is so weird to me.
Hood. Now, Sig says, I'm a loser. And yes, I was removed from the ballot, but that doesn't make me a loser because I have gained intelligence. And look at Melania Trump here. Guess what she's doing? She's sigilling. She's putting the hidden hand in her pocket. Our president is married to an Illuminati priestess. It's a fact. And I may sound like a moron, but I think that there do the right
First of all, Alistair, the false accusations of attack is not. Yeah, you're a fucking liar. So
I'm a liar and a buffoon. Okay, note number one. Let me get my pencil. Hold on.
This is what you don't understand, bro. Is that when you talk, I stay on mute, and I respect the fact that you have the mic. That's why I called you
Buffoon
faggot.
faggot.
That's why I call you a faggot. Because you're acting like one. So, again, I've never attacked Jews. I actually have Jews modded on my stage the past few rooms that I did. I actually had Bibi Netanyahu back channels. He came to my room and we actually made amends, and we're actually clubhouse pals now. We have good conversations in rooms. So again, I'm not attacking Jews. Okay, and this is a problem that Jews have. They act just like the fucking niggas do. When you point out real shit about how that certain group acts stereotypically, then they get their panties all in a fucking bunch. So I fucking goes for you. So don't fucking body. I have zero hate in my heart for any fucking group, any fucking body. Well, except for people that fucking victimize innocent children. That's the only group of people that I fucking have hatred for. But Alistair, again, the false accusations, I haven't attacked anybody. I actually have Jew friends on this app. They come to my rooms all the time and we have great fucking conversations, even though they know what my stance is on Israel and the fucking Zionist movement. And they don't even call me anti-Semitic. So it is what it is, bro. But go ahead. And you're still a loser. You didn't win, you fucking lost. Just like when I tried out for basketball for the basketball team in middle school, I didn't make the fucking team. I'm a fucking loser. My son didn't win the first place. His team didn't win the first place World Series Cup in Southeastern Michigan. Guess what? They got second place. They're fucking losers. They fucking lost. So you didn't win anything. Congrats on you. that shit on, nigga. Everybody's here. Scare these fucking little heads. Call people fucking anti-Semite. They said you haters. Everybody's here that shit, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. You know, I just like the niggas, man. I just like niggas when somebody holds you guys accountable for your stereotypical shit, man. Get the fuck out of here. And that's what makes people not like Jews. That's what makes anti-Semitism. That's why people stop liking blacks. Because every time they try to point out shit that was factual, blacks do the same shit here. Man. Fuck out of here, bro. I ain't scared of no fucking little ass. And obviously it's not all Jews because there's a bunch of Jews protesting against this shit in fucking Israel right now. Yeah. Fucking senses. It's not every single fucking Jew.
I know there's political division. See, the thing about politics is a very small minority often ends up controlling the entire majority. And if you believe in democracy or you think republicanism is the best form of government, it's game theory. And the thing is, you are projecting your politics. You're projecting your hypnosis, your spam. I'm just saying the truth is probably weirder than what you're even saying. And that there's secret societies out there that you and I will never be in. We won't know what they talked about. We won't know the plans, operations, projects, or programs that they have instituted. We will never find that out, and we will die completely not in the know. But these dummies sigil. It's like gang members. You know how they do hand signs and shit? It's the same. Is our leak. She's our fucking mole. Melania Trump. She's the Illuminati European link that you think Trump is getting controlled by the J words. It's not the J words. It's Melania and the cocksuckers in Europe that we liberated ourselves from. And I'm telling you, the British are in on it. This is mostly all Freemasonry. And then there's different branch out or different groups associated. But even Prince William, they all do the hidden hand shit. Look up history. General Sherman, part of the Illuminati. I'm just saying, to me, that's more interesting than saying, a bunch of know-nothing Jews who just read books all day long are involved in any kind of international conspiracy. It's not the Jews, it's the Europeans.
So and one of them has to win, and the other one.
It's not one of them has to win. That's all or nothing thinking, Othello. There has to be a balance and a harmony on the planet. With too much Islam, it's a problem. Too much Christianity, it's a problem. Too much Judaism, it's a problem. There has to be a trinity, a balance.
One of them has to win. Too much Christianity. They want to control the Holy Land.
See, Othello, you're talking in all or nothing statements, which is what a Sith Lord does. And you are just LARPing as a Lord of the Ring person who says one ring must rule them all. That's all you're saying. You actually don't understand philosophy. I hate to break the bad news to you.
And you're a Zionist, correct?
I am not a Zionist. See, these are two terms that I think loser, low IQ people use, which
Thank you, Cookie Monster. Thank you, Monica. First of all, that is a cute little cupcake. But anyways, and what Alistair fails to recognize is that he said that, a full Christian state is a bad thing. Let's just remember the only reason why Israel is because of But remember that the only reason why the country even exists is because of, and do I agree with that? No, but it's because of Christianity. So I just wanted to say that. But not only no.
Open to new evidence. That makes us susceptible to conspiracy theories. I am now taking a second or third look at the Epstein files. I thought there was a video in there of Epstein doing bad things to girls and alongside other people. Brock just told me in the files there wasn't. There was video taken from his residencies. I don't know if we are differentiating between files and all evidence against Epstein. I'm a men's rights activist. I don't believe all women. I don't believe men. I believe evidence. And I know that Cash Patel has done work in rescuing children from sex trafficking rings. I know Cash Patel. Administration to fail or going to target everyone in his administration. And like the Atlantic piece that Cash Patel is now suing, they're going to throw everything at him, like Saul Alinsky said in Rules for Radicals. So I need more evidence than gossip and hearsay. I don't believe Trump is a predator. I believe he's a womanizer. That's different. I don't think he's a predator, and I don't think he's a believe on that. Do I think he or pedophiles? No. I think he refrains from facing lynching in the digital world because their name was mentioned next to his name in the Epstein files, and people with that was a mixer. The 1% of the 1% is an incestuous bunch. They tend to know each other a lot. Like, I think there's only we had estimated 1 million of them in our country of 360. And so for one of them to know all 1 million is unlikely, but for 10 of them to know 100,000 of them, that's not unlikely at all, or 10,000 of them. All right, Othello, go ahead and make it yours.
So Monica, again, what you just said is protecting people because of this digital age lynching or whatever. That's not true, because people before Trump got elected the second time, people knew he had been in the Epstein files. He had been around. Nobody had fucking questioned that. They understood that, hey, with Jeffrey Epstein, and we most people gave Trump a pass, saying, hey, yeah, just because you're around him doesn't mean, just like what Alan explained, with the analogy with the neighbor doing porn, doesn't mean you know everything that they're doing behind the scenes or their skeletons in the closet. So Trump actually got a pass for that. So that's just not true, man. That's not. The people are willing to give a pass, and I think people have been very reasonable with that pass.
It's very common, Sig. People, anecdotes can help. Philippines for about 18 months. She did some pro bono work for a company called IJM, International Justice Mission. They're the largest nonprofit sex trafficking, stopping sex trafficking internationally. Georgia's a lawyer. She said one of the largest cases.
I was going to say, what's the point of sex trafficking if there's no profit?
One of the largest cases that they had, which was done by a Filipino politician. He'd been a prostitution ring involving little boys. But at the same time, when she first got there, she actually had a meeting with them. And he talked about how he was all on board with them, conducting all sorts of raids. He signed off on all sorts of different, him and other politicians signed off on all these different things that would make it easier for them to be able to do these things. And then have shown we want to protect children does not mean that they are at all absolved from this issue, because that's almost a cover sometimes for these individuals, is that they act like they're
Donald Trump. So Donald Trump, I remember in the movie,
I advertised for it. It was summer before last.
I'm gonna go after and Donald Trump heavily promoted that film, Sound of Freedom, hosting a private screening at Bedminster, in New Jersey, in his clubhouse, right? I remember there was some Democrats pushing back against that movie. Like, it blows my mind, in that time period. And you fast forward from that movie, right? If you've seen that movie, and you movie was about and what was happening in our country at our southern border, Biden and Kamala amplified and made those type of people in that movie more powerful, and those type of sex trafficking organizations. All this human trafficking that was happening, buying the millions of people were being taken into that type of organization. They got the audacity to call anybody
sex, anything. I mean, it's crazy what was happening at the board and about that movie. And we look at the hypocrisy of people talking about Trump, and you can challenge, you can say whatever you want to say about Trump or make things about anybody. But when you have your own candidate, Joe Biden, a worker for him had a sexual terror work at a store that Trump just passed by. Like one accuser said he came into a busy store in Manhattan, and all of a sudden, out of thousands of people, he raped her or some type of crazy shit. We're talking about an actual co-worker, someone underneath Biden. We had a very detailed story. We had these people saying, "Hey, forget about that shit. Don't believe her." Pretty much had it. You know what happened with Monica Lewinsky. Now the evidence is out. This guy was pretty much impeached, or almost impeached, right? Off Monica Lewinsky. Right after that, after he leaves office, he goes fly to Epstein Island. Multiple occasions. When we want to vote, his wife had to know about it. When Hillary Clinton was running for president, she was under the FBI investigation for having servers in her house to intercept government emails, to intentions to delete them. This is the type, I mean, it's remarkable that we are at this point, and I can't listen to this thing
Oh, bags, drugs, alcohol.
This crazy shit. It's insane.
I posted a link that said that that film was very popular with Democrats. Second, E. Jean Carroll was in the same social circles with Donald Trump. Definitely. We're in the same social circles. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a sad state of affairs we're in, because in politics, anything can become a weapon. And I use the word, it wasn't consciously intentional, but the fact that the word weapon, I think, is important. Involved in a conflict with your opponent.
As if Othello knows Trump's lifetime activity events. Who and when he spoke to Igor Klein.
You fight alongside the soldiers on your side. And what they did in their previous life becomes unimportant. If that guy next to you can lob a hand grenade and he does it well and he can kill the enemy, you don't care what he did. And I just wanted
Ladies trying to say that you would date an Asian man with a tiny penis but a lot of money and a lot of income? Is this another room where racists come in to attack an Asian man? I'm worried, Grim, that you're going to find out that black supremacy on this app is not fiction. It's actually a fact. And the truth is, many girls on this app don't.
We live to eat men and drink their blood. We're just like elites of America.
Hey, I wanted to touch on dick size for a second.
Yeah, go back to that.
So I read somewhere, I heard somewhere that women don't actually know, like, I told you my dick was X number of inches long. Like, would you know, like, oh, that's a good size? Like,
We're gonna know. Go ahead, tell me.
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell me.
the average man is tell you how long my dick is.
Go ahead, let's see.
I think it's around 5 inches.
Average? That's good.
You're average?
Doing curves. The inside of the vagina is 5 inches, 2 or 3 inches long.
Yeah, the average length of a penis on a man is 5.1 to 5.5 inches, which is 13.12 to 13.97 centimeters.
You want your mouth
And an average erect girth is roughly 4.6 inches or 11.66 centimeters.
Wow.
Will date an Asian man if his penis is greater than 5.5 inches and has an annual salary of over $145,000. Is that correct, ladies?
Which one you want to be, a bitch or a nigga? Which one? Who pays it?
Well, yesterday we had a room on here. Yeah, he was a publisher. He was an author. He was a thinker. And so what we're trying to say is that yesterday in Grimm's room, we confirmed that female blacks are actually racial supremacists and believe that Asians should live in their own enclave and they should work for the privileged black elite of this country. Clearly, that's extremist, supremacist. Kinds of racist, supremacist stuff. I know it was from yesterday, and people don't like bringing up old gossip, but I just wanted to bring it up just in case.
I want to talk about racist shit, so this is great.
Oh, good. Well, X Grim.
You know, Alex, funny though, last night's conversation, it was a crazy one, and I was really looking forward to the replay, but it was unavailable.
Oh, so you deleted it. Yeah.
Hey, Graham, I had a couple questions for you. If you're
Yeah.
Hey, Dennis, where you from?
Korea, stop me, so Thursday, man.
Dennis? Let me ask the question, please.
because she was demonstrating how wherever she was from was a shitty place.
Oh! He's African.
And not really taking accountability for what she's saying. So I pressed her. I held her to what she was saying, and I wanted some good responses, and she couldn't give me any.
Oh man. Well, it sounded like she was eating a lemon and resting her divine feminine, and you were trying to. Oh, you're right. I forgot what I was.
Anyway, honey badger, you have more questions?
Yeah. I'm having you.
Okay.
I'm sure you some
So, I mean, I wouldn't. If I were you, I wouldn't describe yourself as an Asian.
Why?
Because when we use the word Asian, it could mean two things. One is the region, which technically you're right. You can say you're from South Asia, which is where India is, and in that sense, you would be Asian. But the second and more commonly understood way of the word Asian being used is in the if you could be on the receiving end of like a crude Asian joke, someone pulling the sides of her making fun of the way Chinese people sound, then you pass as Asian. So you would be stereotyped in a different way as an Indian person.
Okay, so you would stereotype me in a different way than people stereotype you, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
You stink, basically. Okay, yeah. So I would still consider myself Asian, and then I would just take your opinion into consideration and mostly just dismiss it because so far what you said is just pretty non-compelling, to say the least. You're kind of slow at your delivery.
No, the argument I was making was the argument of popular usage, and what you said is valid too. I didn't totally dismiss what you said, but I feel that for the purposes of the conversation,
An Asian man.
well, of course, take you seriously because you're doing that. Because you're doing that humor where you take something so literal.
But how do you know that? What do you mean? I wouldn't be an Asian man.
Well, the question isn't for you. The question isn't for you. Like, do I have to connect the dots for you, Badger?
Oh, I don't even know what you're referring to. Oh, yeah, he's from the West.
Okay, so bachelorette number 3, honey, is not.
Oh, shit.
He said, I ain't talking to you, nigga.
We're too rough. We're all too rough and tough for Grim. He needs a woman.
See, what I think is so exciting about this debate is it's like a tennis match of roasting. Do you know what a tennis match roast is? Where you got like a flaming tennis ball and two people just keep.
Yeah, there's a word for it. Alistair.
Kitchen right now preparing me my breakfast.
Are they
Correct. They're all from Indonesia. No, I'm serious. They're all from Indonesia. I picked them up on my last vacation. They're technically my slaves, and one of them is a slave. One of them is a concubine. I am complete. I've said too much. But look at my PTR and tell me, is Melania Trump sigilling with a hidden hand there with my former congressional opponent, Darren LaHood? I think that explains everything you need to know.
She got a rocket in her pocket. Man, why you act like that? When your birthday?
Why am I acting like what?
You know what I'm talking about. Tight. Go straight in your blood tight.
Oh, like are you guys just out when he called himself Asian?
Yeah, I mean, if he's Indian, he is Asian. No, thing is, you don't get to pick and choose. It's giving classism. It's giving,
When Kamala Harris was running for president,
don't talk to me about that bitch, please.
Wait, before you go on to Kamala, Grim, I gotta ask you, do you know what physiognomy is? It's a word. It's the word of the day. You know what physiognomy is?
I mean, I've definitely seen it and read it.
Okay, so my question to you is, since you're upset that Honey is half Asian, I would recommend that you ask Honey to post a photo of himself, and that way we can do an actual physiognomy experiment based on his identity.
No, I was just trying to, point out the difference.
Those are the non-Aryans?
Southeast Asian countries.
Are those the non-Aryans?
They're their own people for the most part.
Right, they're the darker complexion people.
People who don't look like people like me in my profile picture.
Right, because you have a lighter complexion. So you're specifically isolating darker skinned people, correct?
But if you were to apply like a filter on my picture and make me darker skinned, that's not an Indian. Like you won't get an Indian from that.
I know, that's why I brought up physiognomy, and that's why I said you sounded upset when Honey said he was half Asian. Phenotype and physiognomy associated? But
Isn't free. Yeah, me too. I date an Asian woman.
What the fuck? Okay, so I mean that's what I was saying. If you're a guy, then we could ask the reverse if you would date an Asian.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
The thing is,
okay. So are you trying to hook up someone on Clubhouse? Is that
you can go to my landing page that I'm just about done working on. I still got to do a little more things with it, but you can still check it out. It's koreareborn.media, and no, this was just.
feedback that I'm attractive to women? Do you?
I'm very
Probably
honest
not, huh? Oh.
I'm trying to
Take a
tell
long
you.
time to answer that question. It's just
Look, I speak too highly of myself like that.
Wait, Grim, I got another question for you. I hate to interrupt.
I let my personality, I let my presence speak for itself.
Yeah, so that would be attractive, right? Like it's not just looks; it's the whole package.
Wait, honey.
It's the way a man would answer that question as well.
Honey, I got a quick question for you.
And it sounds like you're kind of like a little insecure about how you're received by women.
Honey, I got a quick question.
I have no problem with shooting my shot.
Honey, I got a quick question for you. I'm half Ukrainian. Does that make me half Asian?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
I have no problem shooting my stuff. Because honey badger, see, I like many men. I've fallen flat on my face. I've learned from trial and error. I've learned from many mistakes.
Hey, Grim.
Like a jumbled answer, so how about I start with just a very simple yes or no?
Okay.
So that's what made me go, okay, first I'll just give you the yes or no response. Because what was running through my mind was
What I'm trying to say is YouTube has a cutoff generally at PG-13. When we get to the NC-17 speech, protect, all these issues, you can't different platform outside of YouTube, in a different world, a different reality.
I'd like to talk with you more about how to
Use YouTube. Exactly. That's what I'm actually interested in talking about. But people on this app just want to talk about anything. That's the amazing thing about birds. When one bird starts chirping, they all start chirping. I would subscribe to both of them because the truth is, if you don't subscribe to me, I'll never hire you. And when I put up job postings and people email me their business plan or their resume, but they don't subscribe to me on social media, even though I provide the links, that's when I know that I will never, ever hire that person or give them any money because they're actually not interested in what I'm doing.
That's a fair point. Now, give me a second. Let me go to it. Every time.
Comment on the topic of the room because this just shows you that the white man has us in our shackles still. We need to break free of these shackles. So the white man has told us what is beautiful and what isn't beautiful, who we can and can't date, shouldn't date. So from now on, women of color need to start dating.
With him. Damn it, my screen's frozen.
Listen to Eddie Murphy. Come on, we gotta look at the audience here.
No, I like Eddie Murphy. I just don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I was seeing where, you know, just seeing where you're coming from then. Hey, are you Korean yourself?
I am.
Oh, you're from Korea?
Yes. And so my project, Korea Reborn, it's going to be a YouTube channel. I have a landing page, which I wrote here in the comment, koreareborn.media. You can check it out. It's where I address the Korean population crisis and try to come up with ways to help with the recovery of it. And I'm also going to include a dating coaching service into this project.
Are you going to be the coach?
Yes, I'm going to be the coach.
How many black women have you dated? It's always the angry black man. He can't get no fucking attention. Shut your bitch ass up. I ain't even fucking black. What are you? I'm Korean. I'm Korean. Yeah, I don't believe it. You know why I don't believe you're Korean? Why's that? Because every Korean man I encountered has been respectful and calm and nice. You're a bitch. No, you're a bitch. Yeah, I'm Korean, but no, you're a bitch. All right, go ahead, Korean. You can answer the question now.
As far as I remember, just one. But I did one time. I paid for sex one time with the
black prostitute.
Yeah.
Oh god, damn! You could make this fucking outside. GPT for that? Yeah, you pay for your mama.
That's funny.
Moody, I'm just fucking with you. Come on. I'm a troll too, nigga. One bit of advice that I should come away with today?
Just curious. Sorry for coming back with a question, but I'm just really curious. What's your other half? Since you said you're half Indian.
I'm just like Euro, kind of like some other stuff. I'm a mutt on the other side.
Okay, and sorry, that makes me curious even more. Like, if I sent you, what would I think? White guy or slightly mixed guy?
I usually get questions, so I don't know. I have no idea what you think, man.
Could be like, if it's like Indian and European, you might even pass as like Latino sometimes.
I sometimes get told that I look like George. You said I guess.
No, but really,
I kind of get like a George Clooney and Robert Downey Jr. kind of mix. There you go.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's not a bad look.
That's a great look. Are you kidding me, dude? But here's the thing. I wouldn't tell you what you would think because I don't know. You might think I'm Greek. You might think I'm Italian. Maybe you can
okay, but like a good, yeah, okay. I could kind of picture that. A good.
Ambiguous, you could say, racially ambiguous. No one knows what he is because the man is a mystery. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
But he's actually also roasting you, FYI. Every word he says is a fireball
You
tank.
remember what I asked you?
What?
You don't know what I asked you?
No. You want advice. So, there are two kinds of advice that I can give you. One is just general advice without knowing anything about their shoulders.
Wow. Thanks, man. That's a good bit of advice. Really appreciate it.
Wait, what is supposed to be under your shoulders?
Wait. I see what you did there, and I mean, you're right to call me out. So the thing is, advice doesn't always have to be something that you like so novel and you've never revolutionary and never before seen or heard of. It doesn't always have to be that way. Sometimes the best advice is has been around.
Yeah, simple things.
Yeah, shut up, you stupid dummy.
Hey, Grim, I got a question for you if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
You know, for your project, right? The repopulating Korea project. So
Yeah.
I've been living in Korea for the last 10 years, right? And I was just curious, what would you say is the number one population crisis? What would you say is the number one factor?
Shut up, stupid! I'm not a supermodel. Shut up, stupid! Stupid, shut up! Shut up!
Outside. 1 second, Malik. Grabbing a little.
Hey, yo, what's up with this?
What's up with it, man?
Yeah.
Don't talk to me like this because I'm black. Alright, group. Go ahead.
Bro,
Everybody mute your mic! Everybody mute your mic! Moderator's talking! Grim is finishing up his answer. Shut up!
I was talking.
Alright, group, go ahead.
Nigga, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You're from the seaside, you know what I'm saying?
Shut up or you're gonna get put in the goo! Shut up! A moderator is talking! Shut up!
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I remember.
Hey, bro, can you just speak like a literally fuck you, you Asian black ass nigga.
Hey, it's something quite fascinating.
Nigga, fuck you, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Grim, just move him down.
Grim, you're gonna have to put him in the goo! Shut up, Malik!
Bro, I'm a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, my D is the black, but like, I'm white. Like, I'm nigga. Like, my dick is black. You know what I'm saying?
I want him to hear this.
I think the audience, bro.
What do you mean?
Shut the fuck up, Malik.
Nigga, fuck you.
Fuck you, dude. Hey,
Nigga, fuck you, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
All right. An interesting observation I had of humans is that it's
Nigga, fuck you.
Melissa, what you say, bitch?
I don't beat your mama's ass, dude.
Look at your ass leg.
ass. Y'all thinking
forms of investigation. In 2020, and no form of investigations over any federal agency who took away, our constitutional rights from us. So that's the same FBI, and there's so many other things that the FBI has done, of course. But the same FBI that we all would agree had some very, very corrupt things just in the past 10 years is the same FBI that we're now trusting will investigate and will, you guys, they should at least conduct a form of interrogation, or not, I guess not interrogation, but they should talk to the witnesses and the people who believe they're victims of Epstein. And we're supposed to trust them. We're supposed to say, no. Whatever they say, well, we couldn't find any proof. Whatever the way the conservatives have felt about it's just really interesting that, we're trusting them. It's weird. It's weird saying it doesn't make sense.
Isn't the hypocrisy crazy when the left does it and going, but when the right does it, nothing to see here, folks. Let's look the other way.
Yeah. and
Crazy, bro.
And again, they'll use Biden didn't release the files. Trump released the files. And it's like, okay, but every time Trump released the files, tell me what was going on. Do you know how we were doing foreign affairs throughout the times that major drops happened of the Epstein files? Almost like it was a distraction. Almost like they were trying to distract us from what was going to go on, which was that we were pretty much ramping up a war with Iran. That's what's really interesting, right?
Speaking of longest light right now.
I was at the world's longest light. It feel like the world's longest light.
Chuck Keegan.
I am driving an F-250 actually.
Wow, is that the one that had the tires?
Yeah. No.
It's called a dually, David.
Yeah. But no, I think that's just really interesting.
Was it a crew cab or a extended cab?
Why do you work about your own vehicle?
It's a Jew cab. It's a Jew cab.
That's right.
That's obviously a work truck.
How should you be a party mechanic allow yourself to purchase a
I am not driving a F-150 right now. I'm just joking.
Driving an F-250 is a work truck.
I would
Do they have a pancake truck? Do they
I'll tell you right now.
Do they have a 350?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Pandemic Toyota. It's a Highland. It's a Volkswagen.
Yes. I drive a 2018 Toyota Highlander. That's right.
That's a long car. That's nice. That's old. How many miles per gallon is this?
It is a mom's car because I have children.
Hey, you're a mom.
And I'm a father. So,
You can have a father's car, though.
I'm gonna be a father.
Like a pickup. Like a Corvette.
Like a pickup.
Yeah, like a pickup truck.
Like a pickup. You should go spend $50,000 on it.
You could buy an SUV that's based on a pickup. Monica, it's not going to work.
The one thing you need to understand about being married is a wife is never going to allow her.
And that's it.
What about a
So
Hummer?
it's it's fucking retarded.
Is a Hummer manly?
Yeah. No, those are gay as shit. And they break down. They got so many fucking problems.
What about if it's
H1,
gay, a Hummer?
H1 Alpha, H2. Yeah, H2's got the cheapest fuck.
H2 is just
a Tahoe. H3's a fucking Chevy Colorado.
I am the only one who's voted in the poll besides Monica.
That's not true.
Reeves
right.
Who did the Monica? I see Rico voted and Kiko voted. I was wrong. I needed to poll to refresh.
Listen, I don't think that Trump should resign. I think that would create a power vacuum. I don't think any of that.
The focus would be on J.D. Vance and his policy. Whoa, that's racist. Soldier Boy. Oh, that's precious. Somebody bring Alistair Crowley up.
Mammals are generally dead, but it's fun to go to area stores from like the night.
It's fun to go to the mall sometimes. Walmart sells 6.
I was like, yeah, nice.
There you go. No, what do you mean they died? Like they Ice Cube or like
No, they were shot. There was gun. There was gunplay. There was some gunplay going on. Exactly.
That's like
It was gun violence.
it was a stabbing play. Like people shooting each other over tennis shoes. I don't believe you, bro.
No, I get why somebody don't like that guy that stabbed somebody in the tent.
But looking at your PR makes you want to go eat like a fucking vanilla cupcake.
Something wrong in Jamaica.
Keegan, who's the name of that kid? They got stabbed in the tent. Metcalf. That's
I don't like sweets and shit, but it was still garden. I see them. Or still gar, whatever.
Do you know why I have this photo as a
No, I figured it had to do with like pedophiles or something.
partly because I think cocks are delicious, but it's also because
I don't know. All I knew is right now.
having a friend from another room. Rich, try to calm your autism. A friend from another. The pink one was the only one left. He would not be allowed to have any cupcakes.
Bro, I'd eat it. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I don't even like sweets, but for some reason it's making me hungry like for cupcakes.
Yeah, I don't like sweets either.
It's a really good picture. Who gave me this?
I don't eat.
Because I don't eat.
Keegan, you ever have a Frosty at the Wendy's?
As long as you shoot the Nazis first, still are.
David, have you ever had a swirly in the toilet?
That's a good question, Zach. Go ahead, David.
Prostitute smoking left. What's his name? Fucking Ted Haggard, yeah. It's a Ted Haggard question.
That reminds me of that TV show on HBO, The Righteous Gemstones.
You know what's funny is I actually saw Ted Haggerty at the airport, and Ted Haggerty was on my plane, and I was taking photos of him, and it like freaked him out. But he didn't. Were you
flying first class?
No, I was flying. We were both flying coach. But anyways, I'm just quote from NPC. NPC is a chaos agent. This young man knows NPC, I worry for your future. You could end up like Sig. You have to start reading books as soon as possible, and you need to shut up. I'm telling you, my young man, if you don't shut your mouth and shut your brain down, go within, go read an Ayn Rand book. Be more selfish. At this point, you're giving your essence up to a conference called Clown House, which is a plantation. It's just a plantation. I'm here to free you from the plantation. This is a plantation. I'm here to free you from the plantation. I'm trying to liberate you from this plantation. If you have ears, listen. If you have eyes, look.
You voluntarily stay on every single day. You spend more time.
I'm a liberator. I come to liberate. That's what I do. You come to enslave. I come to free people.
Do you know what a bodhisattva is?
No, what is it?
A bodhisattva is others attain enlightenment. John is a clubhouse bodhisattva. It could be touching grass. It could be not wasting his life. It could be pathetic, time-wasting, cyclical existence. That is Clown House. Thank you, I am complete.
You could be a boner, Shasta, whatever the fuck he is. How many people have you liberated him? Just curious.
Well, I think you were just talking to one of my liberated friends, my friend, because.
I'm just asking how many people have you liberated?
Well, see, if you compare the number of people you've liberated. Reading books is fun. The reading rainbow. The reading rainbow. The more you know. This message has been brought to you by Pfizer. Be sure to get your next flu shot at your local Walgreens by 5 p.m. this Friday. Thank you very little.
How much money did you make today being on Clubhouse?
How many souls did you liberate from eternal damnation? It's not about the money, it's about liberation. Liberate me! Liberate us! Liberate us from the property taxes, the parasites in society.
$500 a day to travel and be on Clubhouse and have fun flying on airplanes, and you don't do shit all day. What job is that? And are they hiring? Are y'all niggas hiring?
You got kind of close, but I deal with cargo, so I do cargo across North America. Yeah, so I fly all over, pick up cargo, weigh it, process it, customs, all that shit. No, it's pretty good because it's on demand, so that's why I get to sit around a lot.
You're like on call.
Yeah, we don't move. Productive you are, how good at your job you are. So yeah, that's what people say about me, Edmund. And he said it multiple times.
Sig, how do you obscure the smell of the drugs that you're smuggling while you do your job?
Yeah, no drugs, sir. No drugs at all.
You see, if I were in your shoes,
I would be doing this. Case I'd already been retired, so.
see, if I was in your shoes and my manager asked me that question, I would say, well, probably not being on Clubhouse 20 hours a week could add to the productivity. And then I'd have to come up with something creative to do while I'm working. That would be called a job.
Two other countries, you can't really hold a job like that. So, but when I go home, I do a bunch of off times. So, yeah. But
Yeah, that's how you afford the F-150.
That's 750,000 fucking Marriott. 4-star, 5-star hotels.
You can stay at the St. Regis in New York City for about $2,000.
St. Regis is Marriott number 2,
Yeah. Which Carlton, of course.
You know, I gotta say, in my 25 years of working for the United States government, because I joined the Army in 2002. What I'm trying to say is, my work experience has involved so many African American women acting in the workspace as if they're on Clubhouse that I filed complaints against every one of those stupid DEI hired cunts that never should have been where I was at. Hello?
I think he's saying he doesn't like black girls for Clipgram.
Okay. Why doesn't he get psychoanalyzed? Like Pepe does a better job than some of y'all niggas, and that's an embarrassment. Hey, yo, baby, I've been accused of hating Jews, bro.
Again?
Yeah, again, there we go. Hey, Edmund, there's one of the Jews I saw who I hate that I'm cool with.
Somebody's not wearing their sheet.
Well, all I gotta say is, I thought when I joined Army Intelligence, that was my MOS, my job choice after ROTC. I thought I'd be like James Bond or something. And then you know what happened? I met a black woman, and she was a major on a golf cart, and she was screaming at me, and I was like, am I really gonna Mom, this bitch is from the ghetto, and she'll get me killed. And I thought to myself, no, this isn't worth it. Bro, you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. And he's like, why not? And I was like, I can't tell you why, but you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. I'm done with this shit. I'm done. He's like, all right, good luck, man.
Let me ask you a question to the room. You completely, well, no, wait. Do you completely do you completely agree with every single thing Israel does and Jews do? I agree. You disagree or criticize, and that doesn't make you a Jew hater. That just makes you a critic.
That's right.
There you go. I think BB is doing a great job. I need to say that one
My
time.
answer is still falafel.
No, but but
Jews, come on.
no, but the problem is, so with Keegan, the difference is that you cross the line sometimes. You know what I mean? Say, criticize, or have an opinion about certain things. Like when he had a room the other day, at first my feelings got a little bit like hurt too, but then I realized I'm like, okay, just a good room title. It's actually a great one. I want to open one up too. Anti-Semites are people Jews hate. And what you're trying to say is basically, if you insult or you discredit or you discriminate against a Jew, you're called an anti-Semite. No, if you want
Jews orchestrate all global events and control the banks and orchestrate all the world government. Not all the banks.
my whole point is, if you're good at criticizing,
Wait, is that anti-Semitic, baby?
9 times in a
Anti-Semitic to say that Jews are orchestrating all global events and there's a secret cabal and that they're
that's just being uneducated. That's somebody who says that.
Oh, so you're saying Sig is uneducated. I got you.
No, he's entitled to his opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Yeah, but you said that makes him uneducated, so you're saying he's
No, I
uneducated.
said that opinion.
You're uneducated.
What if I question?
That's an uneducated opinion. And I'm not
I think a new term
I
for
just
being
need
in
you
the
to say
wind.
it with your
Like,
chest.
it's not in the Matrix, but it's like, this nigga in the wind. He in the wind, nigga. I can't hear you.
like that right
This nigga in the wind.
No, but like that right there is racist. Like what you just said.
That wasn't racist.
That's not racist.
It's a white Jewish boy saying this nigga in the wind. It's not.
No, that's racist. Baby. You can't say that.
That's right.
It's racist to tell him he can't because of his white skin. Because now you're telling someone they don't have a right to the.
I'm not racist.
I'm not racist.
Yeah, I'm not racist either. Because see, you guys don't know what transcendental meditation or poetry is because you guys are highly conditioned and you have to essentially do a new song, a new hypnosis. Hello? BB, we know, BB, in 18th.
What is anti-Semitism?
Freeing African Americans in this country to have equality before all. And there were 2 million casualties. The question has already been settled. We are now dealing with a Pavlovian society, completely hypnotized, brainwashed, programmed, and low IQ driven.
David, stop. Say, do you hate Jews?
He hesitated.
No answer. No answer.
Wait, BB, ask me if I hate black people.
No.
Why? Why not?
What about the Mexicans? Do you hate the Mexicans?
People are the greatest musicians of all time.
I love black people. Black lives matter.
Yeah, look at Michael Jackson.
White people.
Racist real quick.
That's racist. Don't get me wrong. I have my opinions about cultural differences, but that doesn't mean that I don't love black people.
Dude, you watch Fleck's Talks. It's okay.
Yeah, I love black
Freak out, coming up.
It's the best podcast of all time.
Well, I noticed scrapers, and then low-income African Americans move in because they get CHA vouchers. And I'm just wondering, like, I know it's all income based, but I do notice a certain, group of people that get the housing versus other people. I'm just wondering, is it fair and is it worth it?
This is places like River North and River West.
Jonathan, have you visited the new apartment library yet?
Make Chicago great.
See,
And it's gonna have John Kittle.
this is a message to Sig, I just got to tell you that my philosophy is that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And let me tell you what would have happened to me if I would have gone to Afghanistan and died in a fucking ridge or in some stupid aqueduct because some stupid cunt was saying, "Take that position, soldier!" But what I'm trying to tell you is, Sig, it gets worse than that. Because when you get married and the ultimate
of thousands of fucking people, and you rape and you pillage and you murder and you drive them out. It's called the Area Sand. It's called the Nakba. Yeah, so it's called the Nakba when the Muslims attacked.
Sig, the Ottoman Empire lasted 600 years. Do you know the history of the Ottoman Empire? Do you know the genocides of the Ottoman Empire for 600 years? What those Muslims did? The Ottoman Empire? You're only citing a specific part of history, Sig. You're a racist. You're an anti-Semite.
At the same time,
So Rich, that's the narrative
should be talking now.
that the Zionists tell is that, oh, the Muslims attacked us, but if you go back a couple years before, the area Sin is actually Zionists. Because that's mostly what this app is, politics, race, or
Can we talk about something else? Can we talk about how gay men, their communities are thriving a lot better than straight men? They have the best schools, the best neighborhoods, because they don't have the best security.
Because they have disposable income.
They don't have to deal with it.
You ever been to a gay nightclub? Gay nightclubs are way better than heterosexual nightclubs.
They have the best streets, the best grass, the best everything. Yeah, the best.
And they have the best monetary
Spend money on that.
I DJ at a couple gay clubs, gay nightclubs. Yeah, they hired me to DJ. Bro, walked out of that motherfucker with $500-600 a night and fuck just tips, bro.
You have the bartender with the shirt off?
No, just DJing and spinning records, but
No wonder. Gay.
like a little bitch coming.
Well, I didn't call you a fag.
Bro, like, they're only skyscrapers now.
Yeah, because they got disposable income because they don't have kids. So they're both gay skyscrapers. Yeah, the gay community's got a shit ton of money, bro.
Andrew Tate says kids are actually cheap than ladies. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, Rico, like you spent all this money getting the girl, and then that's what men do, man. We just spend so much money on getting a girl.
Whoa. That's just a topic.
I don't know about getting a girl. I think it's just, it's maintenance. And other things, maintenance.
Getting the girl, 20% is actually you actually like driving it.
I'm the opposite. Totally opposite.
So 20% is because you want to find a girl.
Did you say because of the Mercedes? How long did it take to acquire this Mercedes? And what kind of Mercedes?
Use language, and then it starts saying, I demand my freedom. Well, that's different, and that's the same argument with AI.
Yeah. So we're developing the ability to understand.
I mean, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence, dude.
Sorry, go ahead. You got it.
God damn it, man. So, like, once the AI starts demanding things, and there being consequences that are harmful to others, that's when we'll give it rights.
That might be a little bit too late.
From the base model going to have rights, that's like that could be more AIs than humans.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. And that is a
That's a very slippery slope, and it's also not the way that you should treat technology. You don't give it rights. I don't give my lamp rights to turn itself on and off.
Okay,
I am the one
in. Lamp wakes up in the morning and says, you know, I don't think I want to sit on this table anymore, right? I think I want to go out to the world and get a job and own a bank account.
You maybe overtrained your AI. A human.
It's a disconnection from your consciousness. It's going to feel like nothing. And that's what I think will happen when you permanently lose your consciousness from death.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's valid. That's your opinion. But the thing is...
But that's a real life experience that I'm sharing. You know?
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that's what happens after death, is what I'm saying. Like, I think it bolsters up your original thesis of what happens after death, because you feel that it is, valid. But it's, I don't know, for me, it's just not convincing enough to convince me that that's what happens after death. And it's not that I hope for.
Lucian, could you maybe be succinct and
I mean, if you think about how life began as very primitive, simple bacteria, and then it somehow, evolved and got more complex to where we are these organisms that have, many different organs inside our bodies.
That's right.
I mean,
you're basically explaining how insignificant we kind of are in the grand scheme of life.
Just in a literal way, like, just like anything decays, I think, just as our physical bodies decay, like decompose, I don't see anything extra. Being there. Yeah.
Grim, let me ask you a quick question, Grim. This is the word of the day from me to you. Tell me what the word analog means.
Physical.
The word analog. Define the word analog in a sentence. That's my question to you.
I mean, I think of like analog versus digital clock. An analog clock is a physical one with physically moving pieces, parts. It's more physical.
Trying to tell you from like a philosophical.
This is not intellectually rigorous.
I know, but this is why we say you're new to the app, because you don't know how to handle like the trolls.
No. Look, I've talked to people online. I have a lot of experience in talking to people, but
yeah, but I mean, you kind of decide what kind of room you want by the action.
right. So I'm responding to it. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Good. But I mean, the
like I want to hear universe.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. You have to realize that. I haven't even examined what I'm presenting to this room. Hello?
So you because you've already done some things like military service and whatnot, you think you got all that seriousness out of your system, and now you're blessing us with your silly side.
Yeah, essentially, like.
I don't want your silly side.
Well, that's okay. That's okay, because you don't understand that even when you're in the most extreme military situations, life and death, the silly people are the people that move the stage along. It's all a performance.
You were cooking the army, bro. You didn't do shit in the army, dude.
I worked in the kitchen, and I will tell you that is the hardest job I ever had. I don't need your advice. You've never done what I've done. Hello? Because I'm trying to essentially point out.
We'll say on Clubhouse. This is a Clubhouse thing.
Exactly. It is a Clubhouse thing, actually. Hello? But you see what it does is it reframes the situation immediately. And so I know people off of Clubhouse, from Clubhouse, that when they like witness something stupid or annoying, they say, hello?
You deep breathing again, Graham. What's going on?
For this room, I didn't.
If you just The way that Grim runs the room is actually the optimal way for him to run the room. It creates more creativity. That's all I'm trying to say. Well, I don't really care for your profanity, young man. I'm going to report you to Clubhouse for using harmful, abusive hate speech and profane, vulgar words. Hitting report button now. Contact Clubhouse customer support. Abusive, hateful speech report. Lucian, attached screenshot.
Because then if a model incorporates and, works on placing property in a corporation and acting through the corporation, like the I did give you an answer on that, is because that there are additional rights that are not conferred through that, and it would want those additional rights.
Right, and what I'm saying is, for example, there was a legal case in New York, I believe, an AI model is not a lawyer, it cannot be a lawyer, it is a tool. So you're saying become a lawyer and not be subject to that.
No, I'm saying it's ruling was out. And his ruling is valid, right? That's true of AI models. What it's not true of is full intelligence. That's going to have to get reassessed again when that comes up.
Yeah, it starts to rival the computational power within brain scale. So you take something like OpenClaw, everybody from OpenClaw maybe has 16 gigs of RAM. Computational power is that, and at what point,
Because I have started to realize that we have fraternity, frat boy, speak in the day, take their 501c3 at night and sell everybody out. I'm sick of these niggas. Let me ask you a question, Jane. Let me land on this, because I'm venting right now, but I'm also dropping the jewels if y'all can pick them up. Let that man cook. There's no reason for us to keep calling out this goddamn white man. And we're not going to address these turncoat, sellout ass, 13 bloodline of the indigenous black Americans who sold out from the very beginning. Gets us, and the farther and farther I dig in my information, I'm finding sellout niggas that look just like James King. Wesley Snipes, black. Of our kids in the community, and they're the leading author on the scene, just sitting back eating jelly donuts, trying to make America great again. These dirty ass lawyers out of our community, these dirty ass sellout ass doctors, want you to believe that the Tuskegee experiment was just done. With it because they got perceived positions. They are ruining our community. They are ruining the children's future so that families can thrive with the same people that they're our enemies. They're calling the white man enemy, but they're building a big ass house out there in this neighborhood. Make it make sense.
Look at Los Angeles, how bad it is.
That's who really was instrumental in this whole affair. From the
We're gonna put some Michael on
the J.C. Watts type or the Armstrong Williams type, but many others that hide in and out of the
having children and families with Korean.
yes.
So let me tell you the bottom line, and then you can kind of fill in the rest naturally. So the bottom line is the prevention of the country dissolving, the dissolution of the country. So whatever we can do to maintain the and prevention of dissolution. So
it just seems like common sense, wouldn't you agree?
as long as
draw the line at like a quarter Korean? Like where would you have to draw that eventually, right?
Well, I mean, that's where the more you cut that how to say amount of Koreanness, the more it becomes a bit of a gray area. Like,
do you think you're a Korean supremacist? Are you a Korean supremacist, Grim?
See, look at you. You're missing.
Just kick him, bro. Just kick him.
You're not following
He's
along.
trying to keep his culture and his country alive.
Hold on. I don't want to get distracted here. We're on a good line of thought here. So,
I think we are.
This may.
Kick this guy. Dude, fuck that.
Stop. Look,
fucking shit.
And yeah, I don't want to keep calling you different usernames, all right? And I know you're the same guy.
It's just a legitimate question. Are you a racist and are you a Korean supremacist?
I don't want to look.
Hello, are you in the Matrix or am I? Isn't it amazing that second golden kick? We got the second golden kick. Oh my gosh. That was fun. Again and again and again. Is it a me problem? Let's see. See, that's where we're having. Should I send it to Birder? Let's see.
What he did, the businesses that he started didn't work out, so it was brutal, but he had to lose some really good names. So I would say a life lesson that came out of this is if you have a domain names that is your real business and what you love to do, no matter what, just don't risk that name, especially if
Yeah, and I had to do something like that a while back when, it was what it was. I mean, it didn't stop me doing anything, but, it is something that, if the plans don't follow through, you lose them. And that's the risk you take. But, it's also, that's a position that's real hard to go ahead because the minute you show any vulnerability, people automatically go ahead and, it automatically cuts the valuation.
Yeah, so now after he's grounded in reality and being like, okay, let's buy a house, like something reasonable,
Well, what does he mean by let's? I mean, that's,
I didn't know he's gonna buy a house for himself in Minnesota, and then he said he'd buy me a house here. You know.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna have two houses. He's not like forcing me to move back in with him like he tried a few weeks ago. But you know.
So, but yeah, I think, living on the beach in a nice house, or, might be something. And it's just this week.
Just what it is. Jay Douglas, it is Jay. Let's go.
But that's why they would need a gun out of anyone.
Oh, because they might hurt themselves.
I'm scared. That guy with
The biggest danger to giving people guns is the danger that they are to themselves.
Yep.
There's a majority of murders, and then, of course, I wonder what percentage of injuries with firearms are from negligent discharges.
Yeah, you know how many women like think they're big, bad, and tough and want to carry their firearm, and then it ends up like very easily being turned and used against them.
I mean, I do. I mean,
Why
if
that's
you're stupid
scary.
enough to like stick a gun in with. And move their other arm up so they don't accidentally shoot it, and kind of shoot from the hip at a super close range. But like that's like a.
It's like a cowboy hip draw.
That's like something that you know that's like I don't know, somebody's charging at you with a knife or some shit. I'm guessing, but.
Yeah, but if you have a 9mm, if you have a Colt in your sidearm, you got the safety on. You got to be well trained with that pistol.
Yeah, these are Navy SEALs doing the fucking drill, so I'm pretty sure they are.
Either. But I mean, I have a gun and I keep it in my home, but I don't carry it with me right now because I'm very uncomfortable with it.
You gotta use it as like, if your bedroom door is locked at night and you have access to that firearm, you now have that wall barrier to separate you from the impeding force trying to get.
Shoot Shaquille O'Neal and empty out like a 20-round magazine into him, he'll still be able to rape you and kill you. Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is they have the way that women dress. Y'all are forced to open carry.
Um, 380. That's what they all recommended because they're smaller.
Yeah, you
those 38s and put it in your panties. And when somebody tries to rape that ass, you pull out that little snub nose 38 cop it, and they're going to even plug that motherfucker 6 rounds.
E365 are smaller and carry more rounds than most of the old school 380s. It's kind of, and I've like shot them several times. They're actually like